One, two, one, two, one, two. Where are we? That's a little bit better right there. Hold on 1 second. Can y'all hear me? Jason Rosario TV smell goods. Do y'all hear that echo? Happy New Year, everyone. Those that may not have tuned in. Here we came on a little bit early today. No real super intense topics. Basically just here to say Happy New Year. Guess we got the floor open for some questions then. You know, once again, I've been dabbling in a little social media, checking things out. So a little situation there with 6ix9ine. Did anyone else see the video? What's going on with the gotta work on the lighting? Did anyone else get a chance to observe that footage? Guess I'm the only one that still pays attention to social media. Made a couple of observations though. What's going on out there with you, Jason Rosario TV? What kind of issues you've been covering over there? Said just my opinion. Let's see. Listening to the man Chalky White say he ain't get jumped, he got a touch up. Yeah, it wasn't really. That is something that I thought that you know, the way he was balled up right there made it look a lot worse than it was. Yeah, of course, we don't know what happened before the camera started rolling. And that was an observation that I made, just paying attention to it, is that everybody was kind of going on the assumption that, the reason for that was him snitching. We got a lot of district attorneys out there. District attorneys, I call people district attorneys because, by definition, the district attorney is somebody who wasn't there, but claims to know everything that happened, right down to the motives of the people. So, I often find that a little bit humorous. Because one thing I was paying attention to, just as an alternate scenario of something that might have happened, right? you know, 6ix9ine is an abrasive individual. He gets into confrontations with a lot of people, and we know that he has a kind of go-to phrase that he uses when he gets into these confrontations. And so I was just saying that suppose if you're in the bathroom and someone with those shorts on use that phrase towards you. I mean, that in a lot of places that's cause for the event that occurred. Who knows? He said he's still walking, talking, explaining what happened to him. Plus the peeps he snitched on wasn't the peeps who jumped him. I see dude as a walking publicity stunt, keeping his name in folks' mouths. Bad publicity is good publicity to him. Black observation. I heard a lot of people saying that too, that he could have staged it. He's definitely not someone I put past that. But there was another thing that I was noticing. Queen Mecca, how you doing? There was another thing that I was noticing, that a lot of people, Shamik, that you had a lot of people speaking on the individuals, who beat him up, going to jail, right? And I do think, on a serious note, right, I think it's important to kind of see how intensely the government pursues that case. Like, if you just get a regular, assault case from whatever county or town that they in, that's one thing. But if there's really some kind of intense, you get like the feds or something coming into it, then at the end of the day, there's a message in there that, anybody outside needs to pay attention to. And that is that if you do crime, just make sure you have a co-defendant. And, when the shit hits the fan, you can snitch on the co-defendant, get out of jail, and go right back to doing the same exact thing. And then if you encounter any problems, we got your back. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a very, see, that's not something new. It's not far-fetched. It's just something that I would be surprised to see the government let certain people enjoy that kind of position. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a conspiracy theory. And I'm gonna tell you why. You see Whitey Bulger, his entire gang was snitching for decades. And the police knew that they was doing, the feds, in fact, knew that they were committing murders, knew that they was engaged in all other types of illegal activity, and allowed them to continue on. You know what I'm saying? In fact, because the people in Whitey Bulger's gang is also, they're snitching on rivals. So at that point, you gang. At that point, you're the cleanup crew. You see what I'm saying? In New York, uh, in the Italian mafia, there was a guy named Greg Scarpa. You know what I'm saying? And he had a kill count on a level where his nickname was the Grim Reaper. And it turned out that Greg Scarpa had been an informant for decades, that the police knew he was doing these crimes and they allowed him to keep right on. So I'm just saying, in terms of, you know, it was already a slim and none chance of success in the street already. So, you know, at this point, if you know, you see too much of a prosecution over this, then you know, I think that's a sign that life is over. That's a sign that life is over. And it's not, you know, I understand in terms of you know, you got people that's been victims of crimes, you know what I'm saying, or they live in communities that's being terrorized by crime. And so they not necessarily in agreement with the idea of, you know, not snitching, you know, and that's understandable. At the same time, there's no group of people that don't have a code of silence. Make a divine wisdom from divine understanding, you know, from little girls that's in the second grade that's whispering whatever they whispering to each other, right? That they don't intend for that to be everybody in the school's business. To the military, you know, even, you know, in a house, right? Everybody in the house knows the security code, but that's not everybody else's business. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, these codes that kind of ensure the existence of something is you know, I would advise people to not just look at the spectacle, right, of 6ix9ine, but to look at what's happening. And I'm saying, I was looking at it from, it's not just him. Where, you know, you're starting to see a tremendous amount of people kind of profiting off of being a snitch. Like, a lot of these people that you see coming on and they telling all these stories, one of the reasons that they doing that is because they already told. They already did the little 2 years or whatever they got for telling. And you're just seeing a tremendous amount of people. I mean, like I said, it's been happening. You know, the dude from the Goodfellas movie, you know what I'm saying? You saw at the end of the movie, he's supposed to be in witness protection, but you know, he's getting multiple arrests after that. Sammy the Bull Gravano, multiple arrests after that. So you know, be sure to tell the young brothers around your way to be careful. You know, because You know, it's something, like I said, it's not just this case, it's something that I've been noticing, you know, like and I haven't studied the transcripts of every one of these cases. But in the past, at least it was being made to seem more like people got arrested for a crime and then one or more of them turned informant. King Me, the bar. You know, but now what I'm noticing is that when these organizations, when these, you know, gangs, crews, whatever, get arrested, that there's an informant that's been in the gang for 5 years, 3 years, 5 years. So just in terms of you know, what's going on that level, but just also, you know, for people that's out there, you know, not necessarily doing crime, right? But dealing with freedom, justice, and equality, you know. By the way, that podcast that I was watching, where they had the dude in the hearse infiltrate, uh, there was another installment to the podcast. And this was about uh another infiltrator. This was about another infiltrator. King Me said, I'm actually at the library. Yeah. You know, you know, if you get a chance to talk to the young man, you might ask them if they realize that. A lot of times you can't tell people, you know, you can't tell them nothing, you know, but you can ask them if they realize that. But at any rate, this time they were infiltrated by a white woman with pink hair, scantily clad, and claiming to be a sex worker. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, where all roads lead back to with me is that, you know, you gotta really examine, you know, the who, what, where, when, why, and how. See what I'm saying? Like you might examine the person, right? And you like this person so much that you overlook that this plan that they came up with that they want you to participate with them in is stupid, right? You might like the person and you may think, okay, this thing that you're trying to do is, you know, yeah, that's great. You see how you trying to do it, you ain't never gonna get there like that. So you gotta examine, you know, first of all, how you gonna predict history without you examining and even having that state of mind to even say, you know, like a lot of times, because I had that experience myself, you know, you're not thinking about being 40. You know, I remember the first time somebody asked me that question, will you see yourself in 10 years? You know what I'm saying? Universal. And I was totally like, I had never, the concept didn't exist in my mind. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's one of those things. Like I said, it's just a social media phenomenon, but you gotta pay attention to that type of stuff. I pay attention to that type of stuff, right? Exactly what is the modes and methods of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to West Coast Wise and Y King. He sent me an article earlier about Joaquin being involved in uh, securing some type of land like home ownership as a form of reparations in Seattle. You know what I'm saying? And that's a great thing, right? It's full stop. And some of this may be my own, just skepticism of being me. But, if we're going to make it into orientation, I need to know what you getting out the deal. See, that's what you for, because see, ultimately, what you getting out the deal is what you want me to provide. Otherwise, we're not making a deal. That you don't go to the store and give the cashier your money in this store, and then you gotta go to another store and negotiate with another person over there for the item that you want. What it is ever that you want for this goal that you're giving me, unless we, still misunderstanding capitalism. See, that's what I'm saying. It's easy to see when it's on the other side. See, like the other day when somebody posted or somebody let me know about the story of John Hawkins' descendant coming to Africa and the way they reacted, or we talk about how the Chinese is coming basically with the same interorientation, but then a lot of times we don't see the same things happening right here. So, see, look, I'm gonna tell you like this. You better plan at least 700 years. You better plan at least 7,000 years. Because see, you could be the best of planners, but not if you don't plan. And that's what you got to remember, that, that's how they're thinking. See, look, and don't get me wrong. That's good. You could be the early bird every day. Or you could have thought about what had to be done last week and already handled that. And even by the time the early birds get up, this is nothing they could do. Born king. Yeah, today, born king. I don't know. Well, I sent out the people who signed up for the newsletter. I sent out uh the first. I mean, I don't want to call it a plus lesson, but it's a little history that Father Shabon wrote on it. The article that Allah B wrote on it, I just got to get it scanned. I'm about to send that out in the next newsletter about today being a new year. Is this the mathematician? You haven't seen the mathematician. It's been almost a year. It's in my observations, because for the new people that's coming in, I've been disciplined for some months now, but I started looking at a little social media, and I think I've discovered the uh kind of the heart of the problem. discovered the heart of the problem. I was maybe if some younger brothers come in, because see, I think most of the older brothers, what I'm saying, complete, what's the deal? I think most of the older brothers, I don't know if y'all will understand, or if you can, maybe, because I think I need it broken down to me. But basically, what I've discovered just from watching social media and just seeing a lot of things is that in the in this kind of mindset that the world is operating on right now, right? The absolute worst thing you could do to somebody is hurt their feelings. I don't know if am I am I late on seeing that? I know it sounds simple, but I'm telling you, it's universal. Said I listened to the show where dude was saying to plan backwards, start with the end in mind. Yeah, well, see, that's why our mathematics start with knowledge. And see, when you get to born, right, whatever is born is supposed to be the manifestation of that knowledge. See, that's why all of them stages that we go through, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, having a clear mental picture. But yeah, that's exactly right. You know what I mean? You got to look at where it is you want to go, because see, look, you could be a great student in law school, but if you wanted to be a brain surgeon, you kind of wasted your time. Or from Born King said, can I check out? I got to put the link back in there. In fact, look in the community tab, on this page right here. It has the post where you could join the newsletter. It's just, I mail it out. Whoever put their email, they got the newsletter. Kamik said, make knowledge more. Yeah. But yeah, if you put your email, if you look in the community tab, you'll see the post about the newsletter that I'm starting. I haven't gotten a chance really to do. That was the first installment right there. Yeah, I got to get more time, but you know how it is. This is, I'm not that big of a YouTuber yet. So I had to split my time. Can't devote the same amount of time. Speaking of that, did y'all see I don't know if it's still going on, but something was going on with Hassan Campbell's channel. See, that's why listen, if they could take Hassan down, like him, love him, or hate him. I don't know what happened to his channel. He could have took it down himself, but if they could take him down, they could take everybody down. So I have to be cautious. We haven't seen Abdul Rahman in a while. As long as he doesn't come on, we probably good. We got a few other problematic people, but generally speaking. But yeah, I want to start developing a newsletter where there's more information on there. Even if it's just links to, like, for instance, the podcast that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Different things that is of interest to us, in the entire world. There's things that's of interest to us. We want to know, understand the lessons and everything, right? But we also got to understand the application of the lessons, in a real, kind of governmental way, not saying the American government, but just saying in a way where, we can direct resources for our benefit. You know what I'm saying? Instead of right now, we kind of just cogs in a wheel where, you know, uh, you could be the best at something. You could rise to the top, but that thing itself is limited. I'm hearing this political with Hassan. The hip hop museum doesn't want him exposing Bam. I mean, look, I mean, that would be crazy. I would, now look, this is what I'm saying though, right? This is a perfect example of what I'm saying, right? When I say that, look, it seems like the ultimate thing now is that you can't hurt somebody's feelings. So this is really that, I mean, if this is the case, right, that people's feelings would be hurt, that, Africa Bambaataa would be looked at in a certain light. You know what I'm saying? Like I just started looking at a lot of things that's happening in the social world right now, right? And seeing that at the heart of it, that's what it is. Like that's like, for instance, right? I give you another good example. And look, you may love uh firearms. I don't know, is that cool? I don't know if you can say that on YouTube. Uh, if I had somebody to bleep that out, I told them to bleep that out, right? But look, you might live in a state where it's legal. You may love them yourself. You may have them. You may be licensed, et cetera, right? We encourage legality here. But Kyrie Irving served a worse penalty than Ja Morant because he hurt people's feelings. Like there's a thousand instances, that once I really looked at that lens, they just think about all of the different things that, look, I just said I don't want to end up like Hassan. So how do I say this without without losing my channel, right? But look, some concerns, some concerns, right, that some members of society have had with the LGBTQ community, right? Let's say. How many of them would be solved if you just wasn't afraid to hurt people's feelings? Like if a person could beat me up, right? A person could beat me up, but if they beat me up and say something to hurt my feelings, that's a whole other crime. Like I'll serve more time, or the person will serve more time, right? Because they said something that hurt my feelings than for the injury. So I think that the Hassan Campbell versus Bambaataa is touchy-feely. I mean, yeah. Uh, I mean, me personally, I don't believe in holy men. You see what I'm saying? And like I said in the beginning, I haven't said this in a minute, but look, good and bad is not people. Good and bad is things that people do. So, I can accept, a lot of times that's what it is. Like people can't accept that, yo, this person that did this also did that. So I can accept that, you was creative, with music, and you pioneered some things in the form of music that I love, but look, that's something else. These two things don't these two things don't mean, you understand what I'm saying? They not related. See, like I said, it's becomes about the emotion where it's like, okay, this person does something bad, right? Anytime a person does something bad, what's the first thing they say though? But I'm a good person. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with this. So, I don't know, I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying? But I will say this. It's a small, it's a small but powerful, I'm not saying powerful on a level of the record labels or nothing like that, but you know, even Wu-Tang. Remember, this is years later, right? Africa Bambaataa, Zulu Nation is the early 70s, right? But when uh Wu-Tang comes out, I think it's the record Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. They say shout out to Zulu Nation. Like they still was having a lot to do, because they had established so many DJs, et cetera, et cetera. They was, the party DJs was Zulu Nation, et cetera, et cetera. So they was a part of the I don't want to say gatekeepers, but you had to deal with Zulu Nation to make a record. You know what I'm saying? Or, it was hard to make a record. It was hard to be in the industry without encountering people in Zulu Nation that was in position to help you or hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Rather it was, like I said, they throwing the parties where people is performing, you know what I'm saying? They the DJs is Zulu Nation, et cetera, et cetera. Right. They was part of the fabric. So just saying that through that, you know, and just a lot of the commemorative things that go on in hip hop a lot of times, at least from New York, is that's the work of Zulu Nation, but that's not something that I've really heard expressed across the board. You know, see, and look, I'm gonna tell you another thing. See, when you don't want other people fucking with you, right? And this, forget about them. I'm, speaking in terms of us, right? If you don't want other people fucking with you, right, you gotta deal with your own. You see what I'm saying? Being like, look, simplify it even more. If you don't discipline your kids, then the penal system in the United States is going to discipline them. And that's in anything. If you don't, if once you showing that you got X amount of discipline, people leave you alone. So just saying that, if people don't want, people don't want the hip hop community to be looked at a certain way, right? Then you got to say something about that. You can't just have that going on and be like, yeah, he's a legend. Said because Planet Rock is fire. That's another thing, in my opinion, right? That's a question for the room, right? Well, the older brothers. Which artists or songs in the current hip hop do you think was influenced by Africa Bambaataa? Because to me, mostly, to me, Africa Bambaataa, like Planet Rock, is the influence for like house music and drum and bass and that type of stuff. And EDM, all of that, I hear the influence of Planet Rock. But like, I see, like, for instance, right? Can anybody tell me the lyrics right now to Planet Rock? Kind of see the message, like when you listen to Nas, right? You can hear the influence of the message on his first, really in his whole career, but especially on his first album. Right, Born King. Okay, Miami bass. But see, look, Miami bass to me is just old school music. Even a lot of that music they got right now is that's how hip hop sounded in like 83. But yeah, did I tell you I got cousins down there. In fact, shout out to my cousin Cleekly. I didn't get a chance to call him yet. Uh, but yeah, when I first came down there, uh, we listening to like who's that record that Wiki 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 Wiki. I think Two Live Crew was out. They had records out like Throw That D. Yeah, yeah, that record was wild. I don't care if you got three babies, we could work this stick in my Mercedes. Oh man, yeah, that was like a because being from New York, I'm not realizing, you know, how hip hop is started in the other places and what people is making them. But at any rate, yeah, I remember being down there during that era. You recall that too, huh, Born King? If you wanna know, I'll let you know. We could go backstage at the end of the show. I look at you and you will look at me with my in my hands and make you fall to your knees. Oh man. Is this Universal says Soul Sonic Force is like the Israelite Wu-Tang meets techno. Right, techno and all those types of music. I think he had a lot of influence on that. You know what I mean? But and the other guys that I'm talking about, they was Zulu Nation too. So that's another aspect of it to say, like Melly Mel and Flashing them is Zulu Nation too. But just that, you kind of hear about it like that. It's, you got Who Hurt, uh, you know, Flash and Melly Mel and that crew, and then you got Africa Bambaataa, not, saying they separate, like they didn't know each other, they wasn't around each other, but kind of them starting out, they had their own styles or whatever of making music. And to me, you can see the influence of Flash and Melly Mel's kind of formula a little more than Kool Herc and Bambaataa, in my opinion. You said NBA young boy. I mean, well, look, we gotta keep it real. Now, see these people that you naming, right? The two people that don't get credit for oh, is that right? I didn't even know. One of the brothers from Two Live Crew is from New York. Did not know that. But these people that you naming right here, uh Migos, young NBA young boy, Trippy Red, uh Jambada, I don't even know who that is. Future, Two Chains, Kodak, 21, Schmurda, Block Boy, JB, etc. See, in my opinion, the two people that are the most influential in today's music that don't get credit is Ja Rule and Soulja Boy. I know it sounds ridiculous, but if y'all challenge me, I can back that up. Yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous when I say it, but I'm confident that I can back that up. Jason Rosario says Soldier Boy is probably one of my favorite artists. I mean, I can't say he's one of my favorite artists. Besides the uh see, I can't even recall the song now, but besides that first one that he came out with, I can't recall any of his music. See, it seems that y'all are not, but see, in my opinion, right, Ja Rule introduced the sensitive thug, like this kind of sensitive music, but we'll shoot you. you, you, you know, the love music, you know what I'm saying? To me, that's kind of what I see out there. And Soldier Boy, basically with kind of just the younger persona, the much looser gang affiliation. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, these people say they in the gang, but they not like Snoop. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, Nas, or the dudes that came out with Easy E, or any number of people from Death Row. Uh, the social media, the whole strategy of it comes from Soldier Boy. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, uh, Lil Wayne just took Ja Rule to new heights. He took what Ja Rule was doing to new heights. You know, Ja Rule might have got there. I just think that he never should have got caught up with the battling with 50 Cent. Like if he had just stayed in his lane and said, look, you know, I got no time to be fucking with crumbs, I think he'd probably still be around. He says, Soldier Boy, one of my favorite creative people. He makes beats, raps, video games, clothes, business. Well, right now, you better hope he can practice law. Soldier Boy is in some type of trouble. Soldier Boy is in some type of trouble with the government right now for uh, crypto or NFT, something like that. Apparently, some of the other people that was in trouble paid $400,000 to get out of trouble, but I guess Soldier Boy has refused. On, what's the sign? Soul Sonic forced influence on the initial West Coast, forced influence the initial West Coast hip hop movement with Egyptian Lover, Uncle Jam's Army, World Class Wrecking Crew, which gave the start to Dr. Dre, even Ice-T, who ran with Africa Islam. Now, yeah, I did know about that aspect that Ice-T's whole crew was Zulu Nation. And he had even people from New York like Donald D and all of them cats. Yeah. He's, but I mean, here's the thing. And this is something I always said about people in other places, right? Is because I've been listening to hip hop the whole time. And so, I'm in that generation of people that we didn't really accept hip hop from other places, right? But here's the thing. Now that hip hop has developed in other places, you never hear them talking about the first people that was doing hip hop from there because they acknowledge that they was trash too. Like I've never heard anybody from California talking about what's the name of them cats? They had a video where they was robbing a house and but it was like they was singing and dancing the way it was like it was just comedy every time it used to come on. I never hear people from the West Coast talking about them. You know what I'm saying? As yeah, these are the Godfathers right here. It is the same thing with other cities. You never hear them talking about those first people that we was like, yeah, nah, you ain't got it. That's not it. you know. So once again, like I said, these people, Egyptian Lover, you know, they got uh they legends in LA, but you don't hear people in LA really putting them up, because how could Snoop came down the line when Snoop came out. That's the 90s, right? Who's the name of that group? King Me is in here too. Don't tell me neither one of y'all record that record. They had a video. It used to come on Video Music Box. And then there's another thing, uh Shabadoo, uh, you know, from the East Coast perspective, he was just not a good look for the West Coast hip hop scene. Like we just it was we did not like Shabadoo. And shout out to Shabadoo. I'm saying that as a person. we I'm not we as a person, he was cool. You know what I mean? He was a brother that was getting on TV. You know what I'm saying? I can't recall who he was married to, but he was married to somebody. But Ice T, yeah. We saw Ice T. We saw Ice T in a movie. Ice T was in a movie with a rock band. I do recall that. I can't recall. This had to be around. This had to be around 1985, 1986. These people made a record and they had a video. There was I'm pretty sure it was a girl in the group. And they was robbing this house, but it's just like I can't call it. Breaking was fired. Yeah, no, we didn't in New York. We didn't see Breaking is fired. Remember we coming off of Wild Style and Beat Street, right? And then you got to remember what is, the aesthetic of hip hop, out here. When did that movie come out? You talking about still, hip hop is just emerging from the parks. You know what I'm saying? And just the whole West Coast scene, and then the white girl that wins all the battles, and look, that movie comes out every couple of years. That movie comes out every couple of years where the white girl wins over everybody with her fancy dance moves. you know, the white girl, first she's not accepted, but then she just works hard on her fancy dance moves, and then she just cannot be denied. True Divine was science. There was that aspect too that I just hated about the movie. I mean, I tell you this much though, we did give Turbo his props. Turbo was nice, but it was like we felt like he was doing like you gotta come out here or get some of these moves. You know what I'm saying? Turbo was efficient, but like Shabba-Doo, I don't know. One said breaking was a bad look for the West Coast. To Hollywood, the best producers and breakers was gangbangers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like when breaking came out, those was the actual New York City breakers and the Rocksteady crew. You know what I'm saying? But definitely see Ice-T, like you said, he was like, he we didn't think he was dope or nothing, but we liked his records. We knew who Ice-T was, but it was when NWA dropped. When that uh uh Straight Outta Compton dropped, when that shit came out, uh that was the first record from the West Coast that played in the boxes back to back. Like, where it's like, yo, bring that back, rewind that. And, we listening to this record for, a couple hours sometimes. It was when the nigga said, yo, he said something about, yo, he said, I'm doing something. He said, I'm taking suckers out daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly until we suck a motherfucking see clearly. Yo, he said that shit. I was like, yo, this nigga's from California. When he said, I was like, yo, this nigga here can rap. I don't know what happened to Ice Cube, man. What did y'all do to Ice Cube out there? What happened, man? Is there a West Coast story of what happened to the man that made Who's the Mac? And Who's the Mac Ice Cube is he's definitely not he's not getting, when they start putting those top lists, I don't think a lot of these people heard Who's the Mac. West Coast Wise. Shabba-Doo is not a break dancer. He was part of the original Pop Lockers. He came out with Rerun. Right. That's where I first remember him. I'm fairly sure the first time I saw Shabba Do was on What's Happening. Either that or remember every blue moon rerun used to be on other TV shows, but on the other TV shows, he wasn't necessarily rerun. He was there performing with that dance group. But on What's Happening was definitely amongst the first times that I saw Shabba Do. King Me said Ice-T was trying to figure it out. NWA perfected it. You know what's weird? I heard Ice-T talking about how he got into music. And he said he wasn't even doing music. That he really was just he was running a con and shit. He just was walking past the record label and shit one day, the office, and he just decided to go in there and try to run some game. So he goes in there and tells them that, he got a group and everything. He make records and he wants a record deal. And he said, the dude said, okay, so let me hear your demo. And so he says, nah, man, I ain't got no demo. I ain't letting you hear no demo. If I came in here with a grenade and I said, this is a grenade, would you make me pull the pin before you believe me? He said, the dudes looked at him and said, all right, so look, come in. He said he gave him the money for the deal, and then he went out and tried to put a band together with that advance. So that is probably why he originally got these punk rock people and was still trying to figure it out. The original gangster music from the West was Toady T, King T, and Mix Master Spade. King T was out before NWA? I always wondered that why it wasn't a bigger kind of backlash from the West Coast. Y'all didn't feel like Biggie was kind of taking King T's style there? I mean, they wasn't exactly talking about the same thing. However, they never, like, that's one of the closest ones, there were some ones. There's Lloyd Banks and Fabulous. The classic one from back in the days, LL Cool J and T La Rock. But when I first heard Biggie, that's what I thought. Ren was equivalent to Deck of Wu-Tang. Uh, I see what you're saying. I would have to ask you how you rank Wu-Tang though. Like, where would you put Wu-Tang in the rank? Because I actually thought Ren probably lyrically was a little bit better than Ice Cube. Ice Cube had the better delivery. But that Mayday on the front lines, never understood why Ren didn't get bigger after that record. They was all dancers on Soul Train. Yeah, I do recall seeing them on Soul Train. King Me said Biggie was original to you, right? Biggie was in the vein of Heavy Deep. Uh, I thought the voice, a lot of the delivery was very King T like. Said Deck and Ren are both unsung and looked over. Yeah, I guess in that way. John, nobody's still. What happened to Ice Cube? When he Jason Rosario TV said T Rock told me LL Cool J walked in the Def Jam for the first time dressed up like him, and they sent him back home to change his clothes. I mean, he said Ren, DOC, and Q kind of the three-way tie for NWA. I give it that. I think DOC, you know what's wild? I never really saw DOC as a part of NWA. Like I know he was, but I kind of saw him on his own. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, definitely. I just think, DOC in terms of as a performer, he don't have the same catalog. You couldn't remind you of MC8. Yeah, I can't. I couldn't. Uh, you had to, you had to, you had to fill in the blanks there. I'll see how it might be like MC8. Oh yeah. So West Coast Wise is bringing up. I don't know if anybody's ever paid attention to the superheroes in Seattle. They got some people. They dress up in they got these cosplay outfits. He said, "I got my money on deck on any posse cut." Nah. And you know what's funny? I listened to MCA. Him and this other dude got a podcast. I can't listen to them too long, but yeah, but no, I don't hear it. He said you got your money on deck on any posse cut. Uh, I mean, he's got a good track record. Um, with deck, I think it was a marketing thing. You know what I'm saying? And I saw it that way at the time when it was happening. Where they was capitalizing on, who was big at the time. You know what I'm saying? And Deck never had that kind of persona and personality like Method Man and Ghost. You know what I'm saying? The people that kind of jumped out a little bit more. So uh, hindsight is always 2020. I'm not saying they made the wrong move, but I think Deck should have came out before Cap. All right, life coach just said LL look like DJ Run sometimes, MC Shan at other time. I mean, well, look, you got to cut the kids some slack. LL is like 14. You know what I'm saying? And you know, all of these people, they're the guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's you know, deck is from P-Line. I don't know about that. Points I just don't see what people see and expect the deck. Uh, you know, Deck is one of those people that fall into the category of me, right? For me, of great MC, uh, not necessarily a great artist. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Probably the greatest example of that is cannabis. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got other people that fall into the category of not the greatest MC, right? Great artists. You know what I'm saying? So for me, Guru is in that category where, you know, you're not necessarily gonna put him, you know, top 5 dead or alive and nothing like that. But he got better records than dudes in the top 5 dead or alive. You know what I'm saying? Like making a record is something different. You know what I mean? That all of that coming together is greater than that whole is greater than the sum of the parts. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, you know, whenever these groups, whenever these you know, whatever unit it is making records together, whenever they break up, it's rarely the same. You know, it's rarely as good. You know, a few times it's happened, but he said he didn't have the personal charm. Deck should have dropped after Method Man, and he should have worked on his production. I thought his album had good production. Another thing that happened with Deck, his album got leaked like a year before it came out. Like I don't know if it was all over the country, but in New York, uh, his album had been out for a year. And so you know, New York being a big market that if you're gonna sell, if you're gonna go gold or platinum or whatever, you're gonna move a lot of units in New York, you're gonna move a lot of units in LA, you know, et cetera, you know, the big cities. So, you know, there was that. And, you know, he also got caught in that era in terms of by the time he came out where you needed bad news. Like you know, you needed, you know, your baby mom's out talking shit about you. You needed somebody exposing you. You needed to get shot. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and you know, Deck is not that kind of personality. Uh, One time back in about 1999, uh, but this wasn't. This was like a like somebody else was making a compilation record, and so they sent me the beat. And you know, I just put some on. I wasn't really thinking about it. I wasn't thinking because I'm thinking it's just going to be me and this person. But they went and got some other nice MCs. And so when I heard the record back, I was like, yo, see, I didn't know y'all was going to be rhyming like But I ended up, I got them back though. You know, hip hop is very competitive. No, this is the AKG. Is this the number right here? This is the AKG mic though. I would whip out the Neumann on y'all, but yeah, see, y'all gotta start hitting the Cash App if y'all want the good mic. This one's pretty good right here too. But y'all, if y'all start hitting the Cash App, then I'll whip out the Neumann. Right, Born sees the same thing I see. Guru was a great artist, not a dope lyricist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, some people make, great records. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, I heard somebody else say something too, that you got a lot of these artists, right, that put together a lot of these compilation records that they would have made better A&Rs than artists. Like a lot of people don't want to give LeBron his credit, but I think LeBron has to get credit for being the greatest general manager of his era. I mean, he's put together several championship teams. I don't know any other GMs that could say that. Capadonna Winter Wars verse was better than Deck's Triumph verse. I agree. That I mean, I'm sure you get some pushback. Uh, see, one reason I think you'll get a lot of pushback is because Triumph was the more commercial record. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, Winter Wars is a hip hop record. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you know, that's a record that, the hip hoppers get hyped. You know what I'm saying? Like at a certain point in New York, they wasn't playing records like Winter Wars. Like they might play a real quick, like half a verse and then cut that off before the boys get too hyped. Uh Triumph, I think probably had more crossover appeal. You know what I'm saying? And Wu-Tang was just in a higher commercial kind of position at that time. But I think I would have to agree with that. Said Deck's first album was wrecked in the flood of fire at RZA's spot, so we can only imagine what that would have sounded like. Uh, I mean, there's a factor to that. There's something to be said about that, but a lot of great music was made after the flood. You know what I'm saying? So, and you know, yeah, this. I guess that's just up to speculation. Who would you say? Guillotine verse from Inspector Deck was flames. Indeed, but with Guillotine, everybody did their thing on there. So is not as much of a standout. Pieces of Immobility. I don't remember that one. No Set Date. You know, with some, when you deal with crews, right? And it doesn't matter what the crew is, right? Some of their records, you have to be really hardcore fans of that crew. You know what I'm saying? Guru was very poetic. A lot of people aren't into that. I believe Guru was definitely a poet in a sense of artists like Common. That was also the era of needing the lead single with the dope producer. I mean, you know, yeah, RZA though, you know, and I know there's a lot to be said about that, but you know, when RZA was peaking, he was peaking. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you could say is the differences between him and Premier, it wasn't making at least not a commercial difference. You understand what I'm saying? Premier, uh, you know, in hip hop, you know, once you go out of hip hop and Christina Aguilera and all of that, I don't know because I don't follow those artists anyway. But within hip hop, uh, RZA was more successful. One said it was Meth's album that was lost in the flood, not Deck. Right, Rockefeller was leading strong during that 1999 era. That's what I'm saying. Like at that, around that time is when, you know, like Wu-Tang kind of had almost a monopoly going on at one point where it was like in the course of an hour, like there would be some hours where the only other record you would hear probably be from Biggie. You know what I'm saying? Or you might hear Flavor in your ear, like the top records. But I'm saying, like, you know, at a point in time when you had in kind of a short period of time, you had Method Man out, you had Dirty had his album, Ray had his album, Genius had his album. In the course of an hour, they was pretty much running it. And like if you look at the Billboard, like those albums was all like in the top 20 still at the same time. So that's another reason I'm saying that if Deck would have came out at the time when Wu-Tang and the Wu-Tang sound, you know, everything had kind of started switching over. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying from just the aesthetic standpoint, right? You had the original era, right, where people is wearing costumes and shit because they being influenced by the mainstream industry. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the disco era and all of that, everybody's wearing costumes. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, somewhere around Run DMC, right, dudes start dressing like top street dudes, you know, dudes that got respect out there in the street. You know what I'm saying? And then you get that first bullshit era that came in around 1990, when you start having groups like young black teenagers and shit, and you start seeing like you would go in the store and it'd be a hip hop section and it'd be all this lumberjack, big, super oversized clothes and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Vanilla Ice MC Hammer era, yeah, I probably make it clearer like that. You know what I'm saying? And the backlash against that was a grimy era came back. Dudes came back. You started seeing, you know, MOP, uh, uh, Das Effects, uh, what's my man Tretch in his group, uh, Naughty by Nature, you know, Wu-Tang, you know what I'm saying? And even when Biggie first came out, you know what I'm saying? He was talking about, you know, how times was rough. You know what I'm saying? And the shiny suit shit was kind of a joke and shit. Like, not Puffy and them wasn't making a joke, but I'm saying people was looking at that with a little bit of laughter and shit. You know what I'm saying? And but at some point, I guess DMX was probably the last like grimy artist. Like, don't get me wrong, he had his jewelry and everything, but you know, he's not wearing all these fancy Italian clothes and Gucci and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Uh and then pretty much like that kind of aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, from people, everybody was talking about, yo, we all from the projects and times was hard, right? And then things kind of graduated over to, yo, we rich, we rich, we rich. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and that's what I'm saying. If he had came out when the whole aesthetic was kind of the aesthetic of Wu-Tang, he would have had a much easier job in marketing, or the marketers would have had an easier job getting him across. He said, were the guys upset with Wu at that time? Did the Wu make it harder to teach back then? Uh, well, you gotta remember, we knew them. You know, I didn't know like Deck and all the other brothers that I mean, I just didn't know them, you know what I mean? But you know, especially for Rakim, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, at the time, I was just looking at it as you know, happy for him. And then, I mean, what era are you talking about? Because remember, from 96 on, uh, really 95 on, I'm I'm uh I'm a part of what's going on. So so it's not making it harder for me. Uh at the time, well, which aspect are you saying them making it harder to teach? You know, because at the time, nah, I don't recall. But a lot of those was some of the things that I think kind of affected Deck. You know where Deck, another verse that Deck had, that Deck's verse on Deck's verse on the Guru's album. Against did that I can't remember, Above the Clouds, I think. You know, but uh see, one thing you gotta remember about the Wu-Tang era, right? you know, what people refer to now as the Wu-Tang era, right? I don't know if it's a New York perspective or a 5% perspective. Uh, we didn't see it like that. Like there was just some other people that was out that was rhyming. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we saw it as entertainment, you know, and just in the grand scheme of things, you know, of course, you know, we want to hear, you know, what we about, you know, these things is but and also in terms of the fad thing, you gotta remember we had already been dealing with years of people coming through because of the fads. You know what I mean? You know, maybe, you know, one of the first fads is, you know, when gang life is over, you know, it becomes a fad to become a 5%. You know what I'm saying? When Rakim comes out, it becomes a fad to become a 5%. Brand Nubian comes in, it becomes a fad to be a 5%. Jay-Z wears a flag, it becomes a fad to be a 5%. Y'all keep saying they teaching moments, but I rarely see the people uh you know, that came from that. You know, the people I never see the fruit of that tree. One said it wasn't that they made it hard to teach. They was influences like Brand Nubian who drew the most people to our teachers before them. Yeah, I actually think Lord Jamar, he definitely had more people that got the knowledge because of Lord Jamar, I think still got the knowledge, you know, wound up becoming true and living, being true and living, than through the Wu-Tang. You know? See, I think probably most of the problem is, see, if you're trying to use them as like a plus lesson, see, like you know, you've seen my my I want to say attitude, but you know, my perspective, right? In dealing with an individual who, you know, whatever, you famous, right? See, we didn't give a fuck about that. Think saying? Now look, perfect example. See, I don't know if you heard that story, King Santos story one time of how some brothers rolled up on him. Uh, you know, he had his whole crew, you know, some of the members in his crew, he had 50 Cent and everything. So the brother rolled up and he was asking them degrees to, you know, like see if he was on point. If he wasn't on point, then he would have been like, yeah, fuck it, he ain't God, y'all can get him. You know, listen, I can vouch that is, you know, I wasn't there, but that is most likely true because King Sling was about his lessons. And he was one of the only people that look, when we rolled up on him, he knew his lessons. And look, that particular record, like we knew him a little bit before that. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like at first, we just started hearing he's in the neighborhood. Yo, King Sam restaurant, King Sam. And word, like we kind of looking for him. So, eventually we see him. And so we, Green Bay, he knows today's agree or whatever. So time passed. And that record Universal Flag that you're talking about came out. And so when the record comes out, right, we roll up on him and we like, yeah, guy, that was peace, guy. You know what I'm saying? Everything you said except one thing. It did. That day, after we finished building, he was like, yo, he brought us to his house and shit. You know what I'm saying? And like that was we start building from there. And he was like, yo, you know what? Why I brought y'all to the crib? He said, yo, y'all the only people that I met. Y'all motherfuckers don't never ask me nothing about music, B. Like y'all don't ask for no tape. Y'all don't ask to come to no show. Y'all don't, like whenever I see y'all just all be like, yo, man, you know the days. So see, none of that mattered, man. Most of them people was ducking constantly. They wasn't coming, you know what I'm saying? So that was kind of, you know, we understood that. You understand what I'm saying? Where it's like we didn't see Rakim as somebody to learn from the way people came to see RZA. Like nobody, like you might, look at how something Rakim said in the rhyme coincides with the truth. But it wasn't like, people were looking at him as the abbot. You know what I'm saying? Same with Brand Nubian, like maybe other people were seeing it like that. Poor righteous teachers, et cetera, et cetera. You got to remember that in terms of absolute, like, look, that's something else. When we talking about 5%, yeah, a lot of them, they not like that. And that's what I'm saying is the difference in the whole perspective of the way people that had the knowledge already see it and the way people who came into the knowledge during that time see it. See, y'all see it that they expanded the knowledge and blew it up. See, we see it that they took our knowledge and used it to get rich and famous. You see, do you see the difference in perspective? You understand what I'm saying? So, and that's what a lot of them did because you don't know those lessons that you're talking about. You just heard them. You have a gift, right, at being able to, put these concepts or ideas in a poetic form, right? But the poetic form doesn't necessarily make it right and exact, right? Because once we start going to the poetic and the creative, then you got the creative license being taken. So for instance, I'll give you a good example. Rakim, he had that record where he said, I take a trip around the world twice, from knowledge to born, back to knowledge precise. I bet all y'all thought that was high powered, didn't you? Let me see if anybody caught that. Did anybody catch that? Did anybody catch that? Wu-Tang had a lot of their kung fu music mixed with our teachings. I had several people come to our parliaments with the Wu-Tang manual written by RZA like they had our lesson. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like a nigga never showed up with Rakim CD thinking that this is gonna mean something. That's what I'm saying. That there's a different perspective that was born with the Wu-Tang thing that didn't exist before. You know what I'm saying? You remember hearing about people asking Rakim degrees and he was on point? And what year was that? So I ran up on PRT at a show in LA. Only person who knew their lessons was Father Shaheed. Culture freedom was a disappointment, and Wise was too influenced by Israelites. Indeed. See, a lot of these people, they just got the knowledge before they came out. Now, if anything, that's one thing RZA might be top on. RZA probably had the knowledge for the longest time before he made records out of all of those people. You know what I'm saying? RZA, you see, you had Abu. There's that other brother from out of Flatbush. Can't remember his name. I think Shamik or something like that. But I didn't know him per se. But I'm saying that Abu, I could say definitely knew 120 lessons. Like he was God on the streets of Medina before he made records. A lot of these people wasn't like that. Like Rakim had knowledge a couple of months before he came out. So nobody caught that when he said, I took a trip around the world twice from knowledge deborn back to knowledge precise. I'm gonna tell you another one. When he says, thinking how hard it was to be born, me being cream with no physical form. Did anybody catch that? Well, DFC, they all was down together. All of them was being managed by Mel Kwan when I met them. Did anyone catch that? Thinking how hard it was to be born, me being cream with no physical form. See, Asan, Rakim, and a lot of justice, like I said, they was guys that was known, outside building on lessons before they made records. You know what I'm saying? Uh Jamel, I'm pretty sure he got the knowledge through them somehow. Just do it. I never asked him, but I see him, you know what I'm saying? I ain't calling him in a minute, but that's kind of the reason for that. You know what I'm saying? The see, a lot of it too, people don't realize that is that part of it was just that, okay, we here together You said original Tazine. I don't know who that is. Uh, a lot of it was just like, look, we in a cipher with these 85%, right? So either they gonna influence us into being 85s or we gonna influence them. Like, what's gonna be the influence? So even a lot of the names that you heard for people, those was names they just got right before they, it's almost like marketing names. Abaddon is righteous name. Yeah, no, I don't know about that. Brothers in Stetsasonic might have known 120, but I don't know. I ain't never built with them on no lessons. But hey, put like this, man. This is the easiest way for me to explain it. This is the easiest way for me to explain it to people that maybe you just not there because of the history, right? You don't have the same history that I have with this. I'm saying, but look, it's no different than somebody coming out saying that they affiliated with this gang or that gang. Like, something, you might have lived over here at one time and shit. You know what I'm saying? But dude, you've been in the entertainment business since you was 11. You're not like us, man. That's the Sonic and them might have eventually, a lot of people, they moved over to Dr. York or whatever, but I know at one time he had the knowledge. Fuquan had the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? There's somebody else in there too. There's another brother too that had the knowledge. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these, yeah, that's what I'm saying. People come out there and they say that, and then look, if a motherfucker come out here to New York, right, and he's all tatted up and he's wearing red and blue rags, he talking with an LA accent. I mean, shit, because I don't know all the what's the name. You see what I'm saying? Like if I roll up on a nigga and say, "Where you from?" and he say, "Yo, I'm from 580th Street in Vine." Nigga, I don't know where the fucking streets run to in LA. I can't, you understand what I mean? So it's the same way somebody come out, they like, yeah, they the God or whatever, they the God, they the God. If you don't really not a part of this culture where you can really examine and then weigh and judge, a lot of times you falling for the okie doke, man. Yeah, see, Born is the same. He see the same thing. Yeah, you can't just run up on a gangbanger claiming they hood. You know what I'm saying? You gotta who you know, say we know what part, what's your clique? Who's the niggas you be with, say? See, but I don't have if you don't have if you're not a part of the culture, right? When you got the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the culture, then you like, yeah, this person is what it is. So see, like somebody said, they didn't know Rakim, uh, they didn't know Rakim didn't know 120. We didn't know out here neither when he first came, especially because at that time when Rakim came out, video music box and all of that was just starting to really get big. Like it had been around for a minute, but there was a lot of artists that nobody knew what they looked like. Quan is a Moorish American. See, listen, let me explain you something, man. See, a lot of this stuff which y'all talking about, that came second. Like in New York, this is the fundamental thing you gotta remember. You know what I'm saying? This is the fundamental thing you gotta remember. Is that the 5% is coming out first, man. I ain't just talking about in terms of chronologically in time. I'm talking about who you encounter. Like when you get to elementary school, right? There's cats there that they call them by a name that you know, this is his nickname. You don't know what that is. You know, especially by the time I get to junior high school, it was an event. I was really like I had seen people around and I knew the people on my block that was saying that wasn't to be played with, but I thought that was dumb. I looked at that as dumb. I didn't really know about the whole nation. But it was a kid. He got in a beef. His hallway, his homeroom was across the hallway from mine. You know what I'm saying? And regular, he was like a regular kid. He wasn't, we didn't look at him as like no gangster or nothing. But when we came out to school, like I said, we in junior high school, but at that time, right, when we came out to school, there was some cats outside. They looked like my size. And they was just standing in front of the steps, like, yo, who, him right there? Him right there? Wait, who? Him? And so it was like, we didn't really know what was going on. It was one of them days where, you know, once all our people that was from the block, like at that time, we used to all meet at the corner store and walk to school together. And then we meet at the school and walk back home together, right? But then, if it was a regular fight day, right, we'll stay after school and see the fight. You know what I mean? Even if we not involved. But if it's a day where it's like, yo, such and such got into some beef and he went to get his brother, and his brother's gonna come back up here and they gonna start shooting, then we out of there. You understand what I'm saying? And this was a day where as soon as our little people that we knew, like, all right, it's not none of us, we how I said on the West Coast, we mobbed out of there. You know what I'm saying? And so the next day when everybody comes back to school, becoming a 5% is like the question of the day. Yo, man, if you become 5%, man, you have cats like that. You have cats like that, man, looking out for you. I don't remember no answers. The NOI wasn't there. Moorish Americans wasn't there. And see, those other people have programs that's not fitting for children. I don't know how that works in other places, but in New York, you got to pay dues. Like there was all other, you're supposed to rest at the combine and all that. When you 12, 13, 14, 15, you're not going. Your parents is not letting you go to live in no motherfucking commune with this nigga. So, there's a lot. I mean, listen, the people you name it, they was there. I give the Ansars credit in terms of being outside, saying what they were saying. They was outside saying what they were saying. You see, you could only be, if you was an NOI, right? You was trying to be a Muslim, you could only be a lax Muslim when you in high school, unless you in there with your parents, but you saying like you could only because you can't, they don't have no program for you in the mosque. You could be a junior Mason, but you can't be a dues paying, card carrying member of a lot of that other stuff. See, the 5% program is specifically for kids. KMD, yeah. MF Doom and his brother. But see, now look, here's the thing. If you notice, a lot of them people is older. So I also use that analogy when older people ask to get this knowledge. I asked them, would they get put in the set at that age? And that's I hate to say it, but I think Tupac was kind of the genesis of that. With older people kind of going backwards or something. So that's how you know the streets is universal. It's the same way here in high school. Yeah. So yeah, you didn't see those people. You didn't see them like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, a lot of people, they went on to do that. You understand what I mean? But see, I'll give you another good example. By the time Big Daddy Kane came out, I don't think he was studying lessons no more. And I'm saying that when you in New York, I'm telling you that, if you walking around in Raleigh, you will meet the people that taught them. One said, yes, the guys was the first influence of the youth. When I went to Stevenson and Pelon, I went to school wearing my pop's kufi and the guys was on my neck. That's how I got the knowledge. Yeah. because I mean, and that was one of the things, is that it was people that was coming to school that had the Farrakhan influence, right? So they was being Muslim. They didn't know anything about being Muslim though. And so a lot of them, ended up coming around us. But what I found though is that a lot of them too, like they tried to mix it, but they never really left being Muslims. I got this knowledge in my early 20s. I was like wisdom understanding. I mean, see, here's the thing. You know, it's a matter of how hard you willing to work, in terms of the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because like for instance, see, that's the thing, that Born is saying that you might not be hearing if you don't realize, is that, see, you realize that when you come in, right, that you're not starting at 23. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit different now, right? Because people come in older and everybody generally is older, right? But you got to think, if you come into the knowledge, right, and it's 1988, 1989, right? And so, you're 23 and you got, the teenage me walking around, right? By that time, I know 120 lessons. So that's, the same way in the game. Like you're gonna have niggas 15, that's your OGs, huh? Niggas 15 and tell you, yo, take this from over there to over there for me real quick. How much you made when you did that? You gotta kick something up to the big home. And you 23 and they see, it's the same thing. When you come into the knowledge, you gotta realize, man, that listen, see, it's easy when you 13, 14, 15, 16 years old to throw away all that shit that you thought you knew. See, like Born was just saying, I come in with the kufi on, I'm thinking I'm styling. Got some New York shit on. And he's like, nah, son, what the fuck is the tassel, B? What was this? What is this, man? You know, so that's kind of where the person is, when you coming into the knowledge at this age, that's what you got to deal with. You got to deal with, like I said, throwing away a lot of stuff that you thought you knew. You know what I'm saying? Uh, like I said, that's one of the reasons you're supposed to teach people that's younger than you, right? Is because now they don't take correction negatively. You understand what I'm saying? Like they want to be corrected because they looking up to these people. These people is doing things that they want to do and into things that they want to get into. So if you're gonna give me the instructions to do that in the form of, maybe some critical words here or there, you're gonna have much less of a problem than with that, right? Than, you know, me standing in front of your building waiting for you to come out to ask you if you don't know the day's degree. You know what I'm saying? See, me personally, people that is from outside New York, yeah, I get a pass. And this is one of listen, call up the brother. I can't remember what his name is. But this is one advantage that you have if you're from outside of New York, New Jersey, you know, specifically New York and New Jersey, a few other places. But if you're from outside New York and New Jersey, then I can understand why you're just getting the knowledge. But see, I have people that's my age that come in where it's like, nah, son, nah. Like, dude, I was there. I know for a fact you heard this knowledge. Not just on no record. And see, you made a conscious decision not to deal with this. Either that, or you did try to deal with this, fumbled it, and now you back. But don't bullshit me. Like, it's just some shit where, look, son, stop playing. That's like a nigga telling me he from Slauson and Crenshaw. He ain't never heard of Bloods and the Crips. So the sound never traveled in my area like that at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I was thirsty to learn more after I got sparked. And I understood that because when I moved to Cali, a few guys tried to get on my head stuff about my age. I ain't let it bother me because I'm not closed off from language nor being honest about what I know not. It was more MSTA and NOI where I was at in Illinois. Yeah. They Chicago. Chicago is that's where the headquarters is. Ain't that Temple #1? Or is it Detroit? They get a pass for being outside of New York. Y'all never gave me a pass. Listen, look, they still gotta know their lessons. But I'm just saying, in terms of your explanation for why you're just getting the knowledge now at a certain age. Because I mean, I keep it 100 with you. 17 was kind of, what you doing around us? Once a person got like 17, that kind of was like the cutoff. People wasn't getting the knowledge at 18, 19. Like, everybody, because that's basically, especially when you're talking about the younger brothers, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's like 9 to like 15 when we first get into knowledge. You know what I mean? Like Saquon, Milquan, they like 9. You know what I'm saying? You know, then you got like Wise and them, they like 17. You know what I'm saying? And then, maybe once you get a little bit older, you start hanging with like, not hanging, but you with the maybe 16 to 22-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? Where, y'all either coming to the end of being in school or, the brothers out of school or whatever, they moving like that. but by the time you get there, these people is already kind of seasoned. Like you're talking about people that's already had the 9, 6, 7, 8 years by now. But that kind of was like, what you doing around us? Boy said, knock it off. Yeah, but look, they got to look. They're just now getting exposed to the knowledge. The thing that I don't give a pass on is you know, kind of using that as an excuse to be a weak link. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a pass with well, it's hard for me to elevate because I'm the only God out here. No, you the only God out there because you ain't elevating, you know. Uh, and I don't give a pass, on this kind of 5% for dummies that comes off the internet. Where the everything that we learn in here, the lessons and all of that is kind of like some, those things Jehovah Witness give out. Those is the places, man, where I think that a lot of other brothers don't understand is that look, you know, neither one of us made the choice for you to be from out there. But now that you out there, listen, brother, you Allah out there. You did the first 9, the last 9, the 9 in the middle. So, a lot of times it seems like, we not lowering the bar so that people from out of town can get over it. People that got the knowledge after 2000 can get over it. You see what I'm saying? Because that's when things disintegrate. See, when we first, everything is principles, things can remain solid. But see, as soon as it's like, well, yo, this is my little cousin right here from across town. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm giving him a crown and a flag and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, he knows lesson. Oh, nah, that's Dar's cousin right there. Shit. Yeah. Once that happens, man, whatever you're dealing with starts falling apart. This is why you seeing. You say it was 5 to 15 to get the knowledge. If you got it after that, you was considered suspect. Yeah. That was suspect. He said, I wish I would have got it at 12 to 13, yet I'm happy I got it. Uh, being from New York, yeah, I had some opportunities where I might have got it at different times. But you know what though? And see, this is the part where I said, look, in your favor, is that, I seen some good brothers uh, you know, not come out right because they was around bad ciphers. I mean, you could got it at a certain time, but these people that you was around, they never really knew what they was dealing with. Like a lot of times you will see that. Like I remember it was this brother and they whole crew, the one brother, he I can't recall his name. He had one of them names too. He had one of them names. I can't recall it, but he was like a perpetual 1 in 36. Like I don't think he ever got off the 1 in 36 the entire time that I knew him. You know what I'm saying? And he at least always knew his lessons, whatever he was on. He never elevated in them. But the crew that he used to be around, none of the rest of them knew their lessons. So they was like general whipping boys. You know what I'm saying? But eventually they gave this one brother the knowledge and shit. And yo, he was on point. Like I'm talking about, you ask all of the brothers that, you know, they had the knowledge longer than him, none of them know their lessons. This brother always knew his lessons and he was elevating, but those was his people. You know, meaning like before they was from the same block and everything. So, you know, you can't really force the time, right? But you gotta understand that, look, you gotta hit the ground running. See, you know, I don't like doing this. See, I don't like, you know, yeah, listen, everybody, all you old cats, right? Y'all gonna have to hit the cash app after this jewel right here. But see, if y'all wanna, if you want something, you wanna know what you can say to kind of slow down that criticism. Let me see if y'all know. In fact, you know, let me see if y'all know. How old was the law when he got the knowledge? West Coast West. I got the knowledge when I was 24, turning 25, and my firstborn was coming. So I said, man, I got to stop playing with this and get it right and exact. King Me said, I'm grateful for the 5% because the gangs was trying to get me, and the large 5% kept me out of that negativity. Yeah, you know, yeah, there, but for the grace of the gods go I. So yeah, it's just not, it's not that question wasn't rhetorical. Large Prince said 32. How old was Allah when he got the knowledge? Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I just plan to shoot the shit on New Year's with y'all, but I guess now we've gotten into some, I guess now we've gotten into some we've gotten into some science here. King Me said 34. Ah, King Me. You see, that's when you're dealing with a scientist. We need some clarity here on the question. Because you know, look, I was gonna ask y'all what are y'all talking about? But yeah, you this is at the heart of the question. when he joined the mosque or when he left the mosque? District 120 as well. Well, look, uh, we talking about, I'm talking about this now. I know he was still in the FOI when he received the knowledge. Wise Prince says 36. King Me says 1963. One King says 34, 35. District 120 said that would make him 34, 35. Anyone else? Anyone else? Allah was 34, maybe 33. He was teaching, he was God while in the temple when he met Shaheed in the train station while selling Muhammad Speaks. (1962, 63). I thought about this a long time ago. Well, see, this is kind of into the heart of what we're saying. See, this is the way, I got it from, and look, maybe somebody else got some other history on it, but this is the history that I got on it from Firstborn Prince. Was that when he was understanding equality, that's when he born the 5%. See, because that's the reality. You're not this because you think you this. You're not this because you say you this. You this when you be this. And see, the understanding equality degree in the 1 in 40 is what? What's the question? Anyone? Anyone? I need to get a whiteboard or something so I can write the stuff down. But why I'm writing for? Yeah, I write it. No, it's not. In what year was that? I said, understanding equality. Now let's coach it. Y'all taking too long. Tell us the exact number of years, months, and days of the devil being birthed on our planet. Does anybody recall that one? This is why I like is the see in person, yeah, I can't get away with this shit. In person, yeah, I can't, yeah, I can't get away with this bullshit. But see, I know half of y'all don't know, but you ain't got to say nothing. You ain't got to say that because we are here. You see, if we was in the same place, I get you. 6,020 years. That boy's bill is destroyed. 72,241 months. Let me see if y'all on point this time. What is that born? Ooh, ooh. Do everybody answer at one time? 72,241 months. What is that born? God. Now, 2,197,351 days. Yeah, in fact, you put 21 days right here. Uh you put 21 days. You left out the whole month of January. You left out the whole month of January there, District 120. 2,197,351 days borns knowledge. So we have build God knowledge, right? Now, I guess we getting into the high calculus now. I think we get into the high calculus now. Build God knowledge. What is that born? Build God knowledge. Before it gets to God, knowledge equality. King me. Where's Quaco LeBron? It's been a minute. Knowledge equality. Now, where's the knowledge equality degree anyone afford? Who's the 5%? King me. So when he was understanding equality, right? Took the devil off his planet, actually off the planet, right? 1 to 5% now. Has anybody heard how old Black Messiah was when he got the knowledge? I see Warren King says 16. Wise Prince said 18. King Lee says 16. So you see that there? So that was the way, at least that part of it was given to me. There's some other parts, but yeah, y'all would have to. I gotta know you. That was already that was already right there. See, we don't never teach the Wu-Tang. You see, I really went through that to make the whole point, right? Of that's what you got to do though. See, because you at that adult stage, you gotta, that's how you gotta be a 5%. See, when you at the baby stage, learning is the activity you have to do to be true and living God. When you ain't got no children, you ain't got no responsibility, then that's what you're supposed to be doing. It's called building. You see, for the people that get the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, at these high ages, yeah, you already, there's no need for you to come back and tell us that you're the only 5% where you at. Can anybody tell me what is the translation? What is the translation for I'm the only 5% where I'm at? How do you say that in supreme mathematics? When someone says in English, I'm the only 5% where I'm at. Can anyone translate that? If you want to skip the time, like just type one in the box. Just type one in the box. If you want me to just go ahead and tell you how to translate, I'm the only 5% where I'm at into supreme mathematics. Wise Prince said, I'm not a 5%. Yeah, indeed. I understand what you're saying. That's the translation. One says the Old Testament and with God showing up in the temple of Elijah, the New Testament starts with the book of Matthew, which is the honorable name of Black Messiah. Prince was 17. He said, I ain't making knowledge born. I don't wisdom my culture, etc. That's what they would say. See, if a person says that they're the only 5% where they're at, then in reality, what they're saying is there are no 5% where you're at. Not a single one. Because we got to look at what it says here. Like, could I be a lawyer with no legal cases? Not even, I haven't even been, I haven't even passed the bar exam. My doctor if I never had a patient. Just saying, if we go down the list here, you see, that's what I'm saying. Look, across the board, that's just one, element where, like I said, there's people that, it's like, okay, you proclaim that, but you're not really. See, one thing that happened is as our knowledge went out there, right? It didn't necessarily go out with our culture. And so right now, in all different worlds, you would hear people using our language, you would hear people using our ideas and concepts, right? But they only got the knowledge and wisdom. They don't have the understanding in the culture. So see, just the science of just, whether people are saying man or woman, right? But just that, God is a person right here on the planet. That kind of concept wasn't around before us. And that, I was got caught up with some on the screen right here. That kind of concept wasn't around before us, but so now you see that concept apply all over. Like people play the guitar, they call themselves a guitar god. You know what I'm saying? Or you got, like I said, Drake is the sixth god. Just different times you would hear that out there. But see, just because they saying that don't make them one of us, man. Like they could be using the same word, but they not using it like we using it. You know what I'm saying? And that's with anything. Like I said, uh, whether you talking about time or you talking about place. Like the other day when we were saying colored, depending on who you're talking to, colored means something totally different. They see colored, right? It's supposed to be in America, rather, right? Colored is a derogatory term used for black people, right? But then you got people of color, which is a politically correct term for everybody who's non-white. And then when you go to Africa, colored means half original. You see, you have to be aware of the culture, all of the rest of the culture to really know. See what I'm saying? Like you might go to Africa and somebody says something about color and you get offended, they ain't even talking about you. But somebody could come with this term, people of color, and you think you that. So the same thing happens with this knowledge where it's like, yeah, you've heard all the terminologies, right? And you've heard all of the things that we say, these are the characteristics of God, right? But is it is it you know, is it perspirational or aspirational? See, if you're just saying, all these things that you wish you was or you aspire to be, or that you see the black man as, you know, if he reaches his fullest potential, instead of dealing with it in the kinetic form, then light visible. Just see, it be a lot of people, they coming around, you know what I'm saying? And they got a name. They speak a little bit of the language. But sometimes you gotta look at it too like that. If too many bullshit people is coming around you, it's because you hanging out. So you ain't really got nothing that you doing. You ain't really building, right, in a way where to shake this person out. Like if all we doing is, we just hanging out, then we could just use, just a couple passwords and then we good. You understand what I'm saying? Peace, Almighty, was the sign. It wise and civilized. How you? Yeah, everything peace, Almighty. And then we can go do whatever else we doing. But see, if the person come up, right, it's like, yo, what's the deal? Oh yeah, yo, you know what I'm saying? I gotta deal with this science right here. Like, see, right now, it's getting back to the season. Next week, I gotta go handle the yard and shit, the yard work, right? This is a perfect one. I gotta handle the yard work. Yo, you down, guys? You got some time to come through and help? You understand what I'm saying? See, now I know, the type of they can tell me certain things. Now, look, you might not have time. You might be like, yo, God, look, the way I got the gig or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got babies, I got to feed. See, look, you a builder, you building. But see, if we just go straight from peace to, yo, what you got on it, like I said, with me, I'm, how people practice dance moves and shit. And then when they get outside, they when they get to the party, they can't wait for the song to come on so they can bust their move. See, that's I used to be studying my lessons. So when I come outside, look, when whoever I see, right? I looked at the lessons. I seen some shit last night. Everybody I run into, got to see if they seen that. And just in general, you know what I'm saying? The people who is not about what you about, right? It's only two people that's gonna come around you. People that's about the same thing that you about, and people that want to feed off of you and whatever it is that you're doing. So see, now you already, now we can now we now and it's down. We now and it's down. See, everybody's here now. It's God or the devil. See, because I'm not the 85%. I'm not the sheep. I'm not here with somebody who I'm following. See, look, the sheep, y'all go. See, that's 5%. Like the sheep, go back. Go back, go back, go back in the pasture. These are the people, they say this, that's just noise, statistical noise or whatever, however they say. all these people hear that they just particles, just a particle floating through. They not having no impact on nothing else in the solar system. They don't even have a direction. Have you ever had a tour of Earth? Of course. You know, it's only, I'm gonna tell you something. I can only really think of one demographic that I haven't taught and I'm not going to teach. I taught white people. See, why as you said it, I didn't say it. See, I have to admonish you. I have to admonish you. Why would you put that there, Wise? Why would you put that there? But nah, I've never taught anyone from that demographic. And it's not, look, they'll just have to cancel me. Adults, yeah, I taught adults. But yeah, in terms of that, they just yeah, I just I mean, I don't see it. Look, again, when we go down the list on the knowledge degree, when you go down the list on the knowledge degree, I mean, how's that gonna work? You taught them, all right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what you taught them? You know what I'm saying? Maybe you see. Look, I probably learned something. I probably learned something right now, and then maybe I could, maybe I could extend uh I don't know what you would call it, how to eat properly and it ain't no mystery. Yeah, I guess yeah, you could get it. That we are the fathers of civilization. Yeah, but they not. I mean, yeah, I guess look, yeah, I guess they part of the human family. Yeah, I just don't, plus see, what it is comes down to me too, is that, see, like this right here is you on the internet, right? So people is from all over. But, in person, right? Uh there's like a proximity effect. There's like, I gotta know you. So like you said, having real conversations. So, y'all being family members or whatever, y'all get into a conversation like this is what y'all doing, being in the same places, being interested in the same things. What I'm saying is that generally speaking, right, I'm not gonna be in the same places with them. We're not gonna have the same interests. We're not gonna start talking about things where I don't know if a conversation could develop that far where, we start getting into, my mindset, in terms of, okay, when I'm looking at this right here, like a person say something, a lot of times I'm in a conversation like that when a person talking at the time, like, look, I'm not Christian. So this particular thing that you said, like, yeah, I wouldn't expect that to happen because I'm not Christian. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the average time, yeah, I'm not gonna. So, that there's that part, and just in general, it's like, look, I don't know. I don't think I would even be the right person. I'm not the right teacher for that class because uh I'm not sensitive enough. Like I said, you gotta be in this new social paradigm now, the worst thing you could do is hurt somebody's feelings. See, I can't really. King Me, I'm gonna tell you something about that topic, and this is probably look, this is probably misandry. This is probably misandry that I'm getting ready to speak, but see when you're talking about them, King Me, they were only mentally dead. They were only mentally dead. See, the other side, the other side, I don't know. I don't know. Right. See the bar, that's what you put right there, that therapy. See, that's what it end up being if I'm the one doing the teaching. Oh, definitely. In terms of the difficulty, different people having a hard time, seeing what it is that we teach every arena. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the 85% is the 85%. But I'm just saying that in terms of the final stage of learning being activation. Like at some point, it's like uh they would have to change them in order to live out, the mathematics that I teach, or the way I teach mathematics. Uh, I guess they don't have to necessarily conform to it, but I mean, if you learn it from me, you learn it from me. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't even know if it's going too far, but it's like that's who you are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's if a person is a fisherman, they might probably can't fix your electricity. You know, see, because that's another thing. One of the things I teach, right, is that we don't give people the knowledge, we bring it out of them. And so I think it's a a certain particular uh it's a certain particular characteristics and character of person that could do this on the level that that's true right here what King Lee said. They may not become God, but they can gain wisdom. Yeah, I guess, that's another thing. I didn't really expand my mind enough to look at it from that perspective in terms of, you know, uh, teaching somebody, right? You could teach somebody without trying to introduce them into the 5%. Yeah, Hassan Campbell lost his channel. So right now, I don't know if he took it down. I don't know if he took it down or they took it down or whatever, but right now everybody gotta watch what they say. FDJ Beats. Wise Prince said, I teach them civilization and righteousness. They can deal with the knowledge of themselves if they choose to. I mean, it's just difficult because the way they relate to knowledge and wisdom. But either way, I still, for me, it's only a handful of people that's really gonna be all the way this. Think you got some people that'll come and do like us for a season. You got some that'll come close. District 120. I mean, yeah, all those is aspects, but FDJ Beat said today's degree in 136 sparked another conversation about generational trauma from my perspective with the understanding of the intent behind the condition. Was that like what was the because I'm a little bit, the generational trauma. But yeah, all of those is factors. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you something. Like, see, when you saying those things, a lot of those is things that you got to deal with before you start dealing with the knowledge of self. They see that's one of the things that's happened. Tell me that you have not noticed, anybody, if you've paid attention to this channel for any length of time, type of one in the box if you've noticed individuals where the knowledge of self was put on top of an unstable, unstable brain, unstable mind, however you want to word it, right? Has anyone noticed individuals who may have been given the knowledge of self before they dealt with some mental or emotional instability that was pre-existing? Type one in the box if you've noticed that. See, I see only one. All right, so now the ones are coming through. See, there's a lot of things. See, and now look, and this is where, the age thing comes back in at. See, all the babies can get a chance. You see, once a person get a grown person, man, you better start paying attention to who you giving knowledge to, man. Was the question was, have you noticed in your time on the channel anyone who uh had some pre-existing mental or emotional instability, right? That was unresolved, but this person was given the knowledge. Have you noticed any people in that situation? If someone felt they were acting like a 10%, who was acting like a 10%? Yeah, I mean, see, look, the knowledge is for everybody, but everybody's not for the knowledge. Like if you calling something the best part, right? And you saying that just any old body could do it, then I don't know if it's the best part. See, like even when say who is the 5% on this poor part of the planet Earth, see that's something it's saying specific. To see there's other people that must be 5% on other parts of the planet Earth then. Knowledge I got. Someone giving the knowledge away to an unstable person, they felt bad for them and felt like they had to teach them regardless of their weak state of mind. In my opinion, that's when you lead by example. If they catch on, then good. Other than that, sometimes it's best to leave it. See, I mean, my take on this would be that uh, you can't be religious. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, uh, like it's not like, look, we see, it's not like we can say, okay, if we have enough 5%ers, right? And we all get in one place and quote 120, in unison while holding hands, then something is gonna happen. You understand what I'm saying? To where it's like, look, these are words on the paper. They're not magical. They can't make you God. They can't make you righteous. They can't make you civilized. They're lessons. And see, one thing about a lesson, right? They're only worth what you get from them. You got to apply yourself so you could give it to a person. But if they can't apply themselves, see, that's what I'm saying. The babies get the lessons like that. Where it's like, look, you ain't got to understand it. Just memorize it right now. And if something is in you, these will spark it. But see, if you see somebody and they're unstable, right? And you're thinking that, okay, let me give them the lessons, right? And then they're going to become stable, because you gave them the lessons. Like if you think, you know, that that's a specific kind of doctor that you got to go to. That's a specific kind of doctor that a person has to go through, man. You understand what I'm saying? The same way if a person, was bleeding on the ground, right? You wouldn't give them 120 lessons like that's gonna fix it. You can't be giving these crazy people the knowledge thinking, let me not say, let me take that back. Listen, I'm what's the word? I'm pre-apologizing before y'all get to me on the cancellation network. That was just a little slip right there. But people that, maybe you can't be giving this knowledge to people with mental and emotional challenges and thinking that is gonna, because it's not. Like I said, babies, yeah, you could just give it to them like that. But when it comes to these older people, I mean, look, even just in the general stuff, because a lot of this, I mean, see, and that's another thing is a little bit, like I tell people, if you just want to learn about this, then yeah, just stand around. I'm not going to take a whole bunch of time to be writing shit down for you and going through lessons. Like we just went through the understanding equality degree, and I'm not going through all that with you. Like just in the course of my general conversation, you know, my mindset is influencing our interaction. You 85% of your mindset ain't influencing our interaction, not as the dominant force. But look, there's things that you had to say that it's like, okay, you got to do this right here. Like, suppose you met somebody, right? Suppose you met somebody and they didn't brush their teeth. Not that they was homeless, not that they were struggling mentally or emotionally, not that they couldn't afford toothpaste, not that they didn't know about brushing teeth. They don't brush their teeth because fuck it. I mean, what do y'all think? See, because to me, it's like, look, you gotta learn that before you get the knowledge. Like that's a part of MGT and GCC. When you was being raised as a child, you was supposed to learn that. Like, would y'all teach this person? Would y'all have this person come into the rally and show and prove, telling everybody that they got and they got the knowledge from you? He said, I know people like that nasty for no reason. But that's what I'm saying. You know, they gotta learn to deal with that. See, because the mathematics is only going to amplify the knowledge, the knowledge, of who God and the devil is only going to amplify. To see, if you give knowledge to some people that is negative, you're only going to make them more negative. See, just like, you know, we have influence over the young, right? We go out and teach the babies, right? Anybody that's older in a community got influence over the young. Now you could use that influence for positive or negative. If you give the knowledge to somebody that's negative, it's just going to amplify. It's just going to amplify their negativity. If you give this knowledge to somebody that's intelligent, it's going to amplify their intelligence. But it's not going to change, somebody who's not intelligent into somebody who's intelligent. You know what I mean? Would it do, right? If you use it for mastery, is uh it'll show you how to direct your intelligence and what to apply your intelligence to and how to apply it. But it can't change you. And I think that is a kind of mistake that people make out there, you know what I'm saying? Thinking that, everybody just needs the knowledge. That's the premise that got a lot of things shook up. If you really go back to the root, Hugo Farnsworth, is that a lot of people felt like, look, if they just put 120 lessons online and everyone just got a chance to be exposed to it, that, yeah, that would be that. That's what everybody needs, just access to the lessons. Now, that was in the 90s. So it's been, almost 30 years. Have y'all noticed? Have y'all noticed any have y'all noticed any influx, and even for the people who came in tune with the knowledge, right, over the internet or, through some other form of media, music, or whatever it is. Like I said, you was exposed to that knowledge and wisdom, but did you have any understanding of the culture that it came from or what it meant? This idea that everybody just needs to see the lessons, if you just give them see that to me is religious. So like I said, how you get exposed to the knowledge, you can't really control that. When you get exposed to it, all these different things, but see, you can control uh how you live it out. Right. King Me, yeah. 5% network, divine rule equality. That was like when the internet was still being called an information highway. See, let's not forget, we're not the only ones with these lessons. So if the lessons was just gonna miraculously and magically make everybody us, then how we get to here? Yeah, I don't know. Y'all got any last questions before we wind this down? We really was only supposed to be being a little bit social today. We really just I don't know how y'all got me extended out. This is actually quite a bit longer. I told you I feel relaxed with the microphone. That's the problem. But I'm not gonna be doing too much longer ones like this no more. We got too many agents in the background. Somehow, I don't know. We gotta use the memberships or something. Get these 10% out of here. Yeah. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller going once, going twice. Nah, I'm dead ass. Yeah, some of this stuff is exclusive. See all that Bill got knowledge and all that's exclusive, man. You supposed to you supposed to have to come to the hill for that. Knowledge culture said that Jesus actually died in India. Someone told me that recently. I mean, it's probably a good 50 different histories of Jesus. From accounts of him going to India to accounts of him and Mary Magdalene escaping away to France. Uh, we yeah, I mean, on this channel in particular, I'm just saying I hate to sidestep your question, but in particular on this channel, right? First, we would have to establish your question is, did Jesus actually die in India, right? Um, so, well, you see, like I said, you got Dubois right here coming in where the question from the room might be, was Jesus actually born? But Dubois says the story of Jesus was based on the story of Krishna, the eighth avatar who is said to be from India. So yeah, you see, once you start getting into, at the end of the day, what you got to remember is that these stories is, wherever they written, whether they recycled or not, you know what I mean? Within each cultural context, uh, the origin of those stories is to teach a lesson. So, whatever history is told from whatever perspective, right, is certain gems embedded in the story on how to live. You know what I'm saying? So, Jesus is you know, an example of how a righteous man deals with these different situations and circumstances, and people that you encounter in your travels. So, wherever this story originates from, the people that's in that culture that understand all the motifs of that culture and everything, You know what I'm saying? They you know, there's things in there that they supposed to draw up, you know, like in that story of him dying in India, India means something. You understand what I'm saying? Just like you know, the story of him dying in Jerusalem, Jerusalem means something. You see what I'm saying? You know, or you know, you might be able to look, you know, there's a lot of evidence that, you know, whatever is in the Bible is a lot of composite stories. You know what I'm saying? Because you had kind of the people that they pulled together to compile it and kind of decide what was supposed to be in it was from a lot of different places. You know what I'm saying? Actually, over a lot of different time, over a long stretch of time. So, uh, you know, I don't get too caught up in, you know, the veracity of these characters. But I guess that appears to be it. So, you know, if you made it this far, you know how we do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. I think we had a couple new people in. You know what I'm saying? If you're new to the channel, subscribe. You know, and like I said, uh Happy New Year. Check the community tab and you will see the where you can enter your email for the newsletter. And I already sent out one email with some knowledge about this being New Year's for us. And I'm gonna be sending out something else in the next couple days. So what you said, have you ever read LMFL number 3? Lost, would that be, you mean LFML? Lost and Found Muslim lesson number 3? If that's what you're saying, um, I have seen it. I don't recall what it's about and what's in it. Louis Farrakhan lessons. I mean, like I said, I seen. Nah, I don't think I seen Louis Farrakhan lessons. A lot of Muslim definitions and breakdowns. Hmm. Yeah, now I would have to see it again. I don't recall. Like, that's one thing about me. Like, it's gotta stand out for it to stick. Like, I probably read it and it didn't, nothing stood out to me, so it didn't stick. So it is Lost and Found Muslim lesson number 3. Yeah, I definitely seen that, but like I said, I don't recall. Yeah, a lot of them stuff, man, you gotta think about that too. You know, uh, you know, uh, we have to kind of like value our brain cells or something. You know what I mean? So sometimes we gotta uh weigh and judge, is something worth the time for us to analyze it? Especially when you gotta weigh in the opportunity cost. That while you're spending time doing the knowledge, the one thing, right? There's something else that's not being taken care of. So, a lot of these questions, sometimes you gotta wait and judge it. Like, all right, let's say you find out it's the other way. Is it really gonna affect, like you're gonna, you're gonna, stop seeing the black man as God if that happens? Like, we got all of the different issues that's facing us as individuals and as a community, right? So sometimes, people like, yo, should, this word, have an E on the end or not. You might see the young brothers dealing with that. A lot of these things, man, look, you know, we already was told what to do with them. Burn those lessons. right? And by burn, we mean with your mind. You know what I'm saying? Those lessons, you got to treat them the same way you would, like those lessons is somebody's wisdom, right? So for a perfect example of, how we was taught to deal with them is as soon as you see it, look at who wrote it. The same way if somebody walked up to you to tell you something, that would be the first thing. What's your name, black man? Who are you? You understand what I'm saying? How I know where you got this from. How I know what your angle is in saying them, because you could come up with statistics and make them look this way or that way. The same way, if a person told you something, right, and you would question them on what they said, right, you got to ask those questions of the degree. Hold up, that word right there, what you use, what that word means. And see, when you just simplify it like that and you break it down and you go by what you know is right, you'll be able to discern whatever's going on in the plus lessons. See, if you start going on them like they was written by some holy scientists, you know, and that hibernated in a cave for whatever period of time, then from right there you thrown off. You don't ask the question of, look, where this research came from right here, because this don't coincide with, other history that, I've been made aware of. If it's got dates in it, do the timeline match up? So just in general, when you reading those, kind of take that approach. You know what I'm saying? Even when people, like the brother was saying that, somebody was just talking and I guess it came up, Jesus passed away in India. You gotta look at it the same way. You know what I'm saying? Because if it came to you through communication, like if you just thought it up in your own mind, that's one thing. But if it came to you through communication, then that's somebody's wisdom. You know what I mean? Start out with, who is that person and what are you telling me? Why are you telling me this? And see, a person could put that there and it's just indoctrinating you. I seen stuff like that. But when you start out, you just reading something, but by the end, indoctrinating you. But other than that, everybody be all right. But like I said, it's time to sign off. You know what I mean? Uh I guess, let's see. Well, yeah, we'll be back in on Monday then, I guess, because the rally is Sunday. I don't know. Might get some footage. I see what works out. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off and say peace.